Just doing that makes
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Top, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luna Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball, Hurts, throws, touchdown! His there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does he stop it? Oh, please!
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Hey baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then, when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell, it pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon. We are ready for Braves baseball here in just a few moments. Joining me today on the pregame show is Mr. Doug Salfelsberg. Doug, how are you today, sir?
Doing good, sir. Doing good.
We're getting ready for Atlanta Braves baseball. First pitch is 1:05 Eastern time, so we'll take you all the way up to that. And we're just going to talk a little bit of Major League Baseball stuff that's going on around the league. Some things that I've come across, and excuse me, the first thing is the Atlanta Braves are going to be starting their season against the Cincinnati Reds, and we've got a Cincinnati Reds expert with us right now. Doug, Cincinnati Reds, they sold off quite a bit in the offseason. We all are aware of that, but they still have a pretty darn good pitching staff, and they've added a few players. What's that starting rotation going to look like in that opening series against Atlanta?
Well, your opening day pitcher is going to be Tyler Mahle. That's already been decided. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to see Mike Minor or Mr. Castillo. They will start the season on the DL. So that leaves actually, as of you're going to have. It's going to be interesting who they're going to have. Now, their third pitcher is going to be Vlad Gutierrez. He was a rookie last year. He wasn't even supposed to play last year, but he played really well. So
I remember him. Yeah, he had a couple of good weeks in fantasy baseball from what I remember.
Yeah, he did really well. I mean, solid considering he hadn't pitched an inning at all. So he'll be your day two starter. Then after that, it gets a little bit cloudy. But right now, after what I've seen so far, you're probably going to look at they're going to do the same thing they did last year. When they brought Gutierrez up last year, they're going to bring their other rookie up. Hunter Green is probably going to be your day your day 4 starter. He's a rookie. I mean, he's got a power arm. I mean, he's got a 105 115 mile an hour fastball.
And he's expected to pitch game 4, possibly.
Possibly.
Okay.
This is tentative because they're kind of keeping this close to the vest.
Now we're going to be bringing game 1 to you here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. I would love to see him pitch on Saturday because I'm going to be at that game on Saturday. And they're actually going to be giving out the rings that day, et cetera, et cetera. Me and my wife are excited about that. It's our anniversary, so we're kind of celebrating. It's a long story for folks that aren't familiar with it, but short of it is our wedding was a baseball wedding around Atlanta Braves baseball is the short of it. And she surprised me for Christmas to be able to go celebrate the championship in Atlanta, so we're looking forward to that. I would love for him to pitch either day 2 or day 3, because day 4 I believe I'm going to be heading back down south. So, that'll
be depending if they decide to keep a guy named, believe it or not, his name is Receiver Sam Martin. It'll depend if they put Green in day 3 or they use Martin in game or day 4. So
right,
that's your 4, following by they're probably going to bring in. I'm thinking they're going to bring in a guy named. They may bring in Strickland to start, or they may bring in a guy named. What is it? Oh, Ben Lively.
Looking at some of the other options, I see they have Justin Dunn on the roster now, and
but he's not going to start. He's already been sent back down.
Right.
Unfortunately,
that right there is going to be an interesting transition because for people who aren't familiar with him, now he's kind of long in the tooth for a quote unquote prospect at this point. He's going to be 27 years old, but he was one of the shining prospects in the Seattle Mariner farm system for quite some time and just never quite made. I believe he was originally a Yankee and was traded over to the Mariners. I can't remember the trade that sent him there, but they've got some good young arms. And you're saying Mike Minor's on the IL as well?
Yeah, both aren't expected. Yeah, you're not going to see them. You're probably not going to see them for probably for about a month, they're saying.
Wow,
right
that's
now,
brutal.
tentatively.
That is absolutely brutal.
Castillo's ahead. Castillo might come back sooner of the two, but Mike Minor's at least a month.
Well, looking at that, and then you look at the Braves right now. Mum is the word, and I think we'll probably get an answer sometime this weekend, if not today. But as of right now, it's between Charlie Morton and Max Fried, and they've both been pitching on the same day. Mets have been doing the same thing, and it's got to do with saying that they don't want to give the opponents a heads up. I mean, I think the whole thing's kind of silly because if you're going to face a guy on opening day, if you don't face them, then you're going to face them the next day. So, really, does it really matter when you play 162 of these? But my guess is they're probably going to give Max Fried the nod. In game 1, it'll be, if it were me setting it up, I would do Charlie Morton game 1, put the lefty Fried in game 2, and then come back with Ian Anderson in game 3. But it doesn't realistically matter because unless something drastically happens between now and opening day, the Atlanta Braves have nothing but righties and Max Fried going in that rotation right now. Of course, there's still one of the things that the Braves fans have to be looking at going forward down the road is the fact that there's a good chance that you're going to see Atlanta add a veteran arm once pitchers are released by other teams, because you got to get down to your rosters by this weekend, And for folks that might have missed it, the Braves Strider, for folks that aren't familiar with him, really good young arm. He pitched the other day and was absolutely phenomenal. I believe it was Monday. But he has been sent to the Braves bullpen. And so there's been talk about him possibly making the starting rotation. It looks like that he's going to be in the bullpen, according to a report by MLB.com on Tuesday. So that's pretty interesting. I kind of expected that. This guy's coming off of Tommy John surgery just a couple of seasons ago, and I just don't think they want to give him, big-time innings. Nasty fastball. I mean, we're talking about a guy that clocks it up in the triple digits, and just a really, really nasty breaking ball, just hard guy to hit. But they're going to take his time with him. I mean, he's only 23 years old. You don't want to wreck the guy. But if you didn't see him against Toronto on, I believe it was Monday, he's absolutely phenomenal. And to boot, he's got a Sid Bream type of mustache. So, I like that. But I'm guessing, this is going to be my guess what the Braves rotation is going to look like. It'll be Fried, Morton, Charlie Morton, Ian Anderson, number 3, and then my guess would be number 4 and 5, in whichever order would be Inoa and probably Kyle Wright. But there's talk that they may even do a 6-man rotation, because they've got the depth, and it's not like there's 5 guys that are head and shoulders above that 6th guy. I'm all for it. As a Braves fan, you've got a expanded roster this first month, and so Reds might do the same thing. By the way, Doug, is you might get a 6-man pitching staff, because you've got an expanded roster by 2, so you're not going to have 26. You're going to have a 28-man roster, and you can fill it out however you want that first month. And it looks like that they have confirmed it. Morton, well, it's being rumored that Morton's most likely going to be the Game 1 starter. It hasn't been officially, but when everyone else is going to be a right-hander, it doesn't really matter where you put the left-hander. Typically, if you got a couple left-handers, you want to go righty-lefty, righty-lefty, right? So, right. But anyways, Braves looking pretty good this spring. I've called a couple of games, watched almost all of them, and they've got a really good squad, and it's just a matter if the bats hit the ground running at the beginning of the year. Mm-hmm. Other things going on in Major League Baseball, kind of hit some of the headlines here. When you look at, we'll do a leading into Monday's preseason game. It'll be our final spring training game. So what the schedule looks like, we got the 1:00 game today. We've got the 1:00 game Friday, which I believe that's against Minnesota. And then Monday, doing one last one, and I believe that's either against Tampa or Toronto. I don't have it in front of me. But we will make some predictions on here and talk about the projected wins and all that kind of stuff. Doug and I will take you into that game. But going into this game, you're looking at the other side of the spectrum too. Well, first of all, do you have anything to add onto what I was saying about the Reds Braves opening series?
The only thing I was going to add to it is our hitting it's average. What this I just hate this skeleton crew. I just feel like if you walk into that dugout and you walk into that locker room, it's like nobody's there. I just hate it right now. I just hate what the executives have gutted this team. It's very weird right now to look at this roster.
Well, today Atlanta is going to have scheduled to pitch probably 3, maybe even 4 innings. I'd love to get 5, but you're still trying to stretch guys out. Would be Ian Anderson. You know, he pitches today. He might pitch again on a Monday, and that would be his last outing. Tanner Houck is the guy on the mound, which the Braves saw him last Friday, so we'll see him today. But you also get a plethora of your starters going. Looking at trying to see if the Reds playing today. Yeah, the Reds are playing today. Gutierrez is scheduled to pitch today. Yep. So
they're doing the same thing with him. You'll see him pitch again.
I'm thinking you're right. I'm thinking he's going to be the Game 3 starter, because if he pitches today, he'll pitch Monday, and then that sets him up for the Saturday start. So any Reds fans out there, they're playing at 4:05 Eastern today against the Oakland Athletics.
Yep, and he's one of the bright spots. I love watching that man pitch. The team he's called Mr. Fearless. Even though he's a young pitcher, he is not afraid of anyone, and he will throw every pitch in his repertoire. And I love watching him. I mean, he'll give you everything. It doesn't matter. I mean, win, lose, or draw, he's going to throw everything at you. And I just, it's fun to watch him pitch.
So real quick, I want to hit up this article on MLB.com. See, who was it written by? Anthony Castrovins. He's ranking the top 10 staffs in Major League Baseball. And I've already got an issue with it. I'm going to tell you why I say that. He's got the Atlanta Braves as the 8th best pitching rotation. Now, obviously, he's not counting the bullpen, but he's just talking about the pitching rotation. 8th best in Major League Baseball. And I think it's one of the better ones in Major League Baseball. So he's got the Mets at the top, and I'm not going to sit here and argue that one. They've got a really good rotation. I will say I'm a little concerned with the injury history of all the guys in that rotation. Other than Max Scherzer, they've all had injuries, right? And that concerns me a little bit. But okay, we'll just take it at face value. We'll just give the Mets the number 1. And I'm not going to argue about the Brewers, although I think the Brewers are very top-heavy in their rotation. It's Woodruff, Burns. Peralta's really good, but he can be hit or miss. And then the back end of that rotation, Lauer, Hauser, Aaron Ashby, those guys get you like 4 innings. So I don't look at them as stalwarts, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes to the Blue Jays. Barrios, Gausman, Ryu, Manoah, and Kikuchi. Okay. I think that's a little high. I just think it's a little high to have them number 3. Gausman has not done it. Gausman hasn't done it routinely. He was very good last year. I get it. But we also saw him implode in Atlanta. So, come on. And then Ryu has not been stellar in Toronto. Manoah is very good, but he's very young, very inconsistent. So I'm not buying the Blue Jays at number 3. Number 4, the White Sox. Giolito, Lynn, Cease, Keuchel. They're going to try to Kepik, but he's never really pitched in the rotation. He's always been in the bullpen, and he doesn't have the experience of being able to go several innings, and he's had injury issues. And Dallas Keuchel, I mean, Doug, I don't know about you, but I don't think he's top line anymore. I think he's –
he's becoming fool's gold from a fantasy point of view, if you want to put it that way. But he's been fool's gold for about 2 years now.
Then they got the Astros at number 5, Verlander, Valdez, Luis Garcia, Urquidy, Christian Javier, and possibly Jake Odorizzi. There's a lot of question marks in that one.
Well, that one I can understand that. I would put Astros above where Keuchel and the White Sox are, because Urquidy and Garcia are too young. I think they're going to be stars in this league. So I think that they're solid. That middle part of that rotation, I think, is a little bit better than you might give them credit for. But I still wouldn't put them above the Braves.
But I mean, Garcia, they don't even know if he's going to be in the rotation. There's been talk about him being in the bullpen, and he's a fly ball pitcher too. So, I mean, he's got good stuff, but I don't know. The Giants, I don't hate the Giants rotation, but it should be ranked above some of these other teams. Logan Webb, Rodon, Disco, Alex Wood, Alex Cobb. It's a solid rotation, and they got good. I think they actually got better. When you add Rodon, even though you lost Gaussman, I honestly think that makes you better. I really do. The Dodgers, dude, I'm not buying this. Walker, Buehler, and that's it. Julio Urias has issues pitching full seasons. Clayton Kershaw, you're going to get about 15 to 20 starts, right?
Yeah.
He's had back issues, continues to have back issues. Didn't even pitch in the postseason. Tony Gonsolin. I mean, really? I mean, that's your number 4. That's usually most people's like long relief guy. And then Andrew Heaney, they are trying to basically turn water into wine because Andrew Heaney has gotten pounded his last 2 locations.
Yeah.
And so,
people have been trying to tell me Heaney for years, and it always does not end up
garbage.
Well. Yeah.
He's absolutely just, you can't, I would cringe if that was Atlanta's staff. And then they put the Braves staff who just won the World Series. You get Charlie Morton back in a series where they didn't have him, and they still found a way to beat the Astros. But you've got Max Fried, Charlie Morton, Ian Anderson, and then probably Kyle Wright and Waster is what it looks like it's going to be. And Kyle Wright pitched really, really well in the postseason. And I've been on him because he's been really inconsistent, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. When you pitch that well in that big of a scenario, you get my vote of confidence, right? And then Wasker Noah pitched extremely well. He was one of the best pitchers in baseball before he broke his hand last year. When he came back, he just never was the same, but I think he'll be fine. And then not to mention the fact you've got Kyle Muller and Tucker Davidson who are banging on the door down in the minors. I think they'll start them in the minors because, someone's going to get injured, yada, yada, yada. You got to have them ready to roll. But I think it's an extremely deep pitching staff for them to be sitting it all the way down at number 8. Number 9 is the Yankees. I think that's only there because they're the Yankees. They're New York. You took that staff and you put a Mariners jersey on it. It's not cracking the top 10. No. And then this one's laughable to me. The Phillies at number 10.
Oh God.
See, they've got Zach Wheeler. I'll give you Ranger Suarez. He had a good year, but then again, is he going to have that sophomore slump, right? Aaron Nola is, I don't know what's wrong with him, but the last couple of years, he has not been what Aaron Nola was.
No, he's back and forth. You don't know which one you're going to get on any start. So, yeah, I don't get that at all. I mean, I think there's a lot of hype. You got to remember, Philly has signed a lot of people this year. So I think some of these are just coming out of the hype of how many free agents they signed this year.
I don't have a problem with putting Philly's offense in the top 10, but they're starting pitching. Dude, Kyle Gibson got absolutely torched when he came over to the National League last year. And then Zach Eflin, dude, he's like send him out there and hope he gets you 4 innings kind of guy. Yeah,
that's from a fantasy point of view, he's the pitcher I got to start because I have nobody else left.
When your Reds are healthy, I would put their starting rotation in this top 10 and bump a team out. Because if you've got Castillo and you've got Mail and Minor's no slouch and Gutierrez and possibly Hunter Green, we'll see what he does. The jury's out on him. That could be one hell of a young pitching staff.
Yes.
Yankees and Phillies don't belong in this top 10. I'm sorry, but they don't.
No.
The Yankees and Phillies have 2 of the best pitchers in baseball, but that's where it stops. So anyways, I thought it was an interesting article. going over these things, because if they think the Braves have an 8th, I guarantee you, I've watched most of the pundits so far, and they've all been predicting the Mets to win the division, the Mets or the Dodgers to be in the World Series in the National League side. Everybody's sleeping on Atlanta again. And all I can say is watch yourself. Watch yourself. This is what everyone did to us last July. They were burying us.
Again.
They were burying us. And this time we're going to have some guy by the name of Acuna and probably Soroka by sometime around the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Anyways, last thoughts before we go to hit first pitch here.
From a Reds point of view, my last thought is we got to make up our mind if we're gonna make Pham a starter or not. That's not even a certainty yet. I'm like, I don't know what you signed him for if you're not going to start him.
Yeah, well, they signed him. I figure, I mean, most of these guys need like 20, 30 at bats. I don't know if he's going to get that in time for opening day. So, but you got to figure he's in the mix.
Oh, he has to be, because you can't keep Aquino and Akiyama in there. Aquino's is finishing up a $21 million contract and has done nothing. And we got to pay him another $8 million. I just assume cut him now and get Pham started.
Are you assuming that he's probably going to be the DH?
Right now, I'm assuming that. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it was a shame just to watch the Reds sell their team off. It was a shame to see. I mean, you know, there were basically two teams that had fire sales, and it was Oakland and it was the Reds. And they're saying the Reds may not even be done, that the Reds may be trying to trade Mail, maybe not by opening day, but maybe by, the All-Star break. But it's a really good baseball city. It'd be a shame, but I'm looking forward to that game in Atlanta. We got to get ready for first pitch. Atlanta Braves, Boston Red Sox coming to you here live. We'll have play-by-play. We'll be back in a flash here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
You're in Braves country.
It grew
Play ball.
Good afternoon, Braves country. Welcome, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, ready to bring you today's action. The Atlanta Braves are taking on the Boston Red Sox. Here's your starting lineup. Batting first, the Atlanta Braves. It'll be Dansby Swanson at shortstop. Matt Olson, first baseman, traded from the Oakland A's in the offseason. Catcher, Travis d'Arnaud. In the cleanup spot, Austin Riley. Ozzie Albies playing second and hitting fifth. Rosario playing right field and hitting sixth. Adam Duvall batting seventh and playing center field. Alex Dickerson, your designated hitter, batting eighth. And Guillermo Heredia will be in left field and hitting ninth. The Boston Red Sox today, Kiki Hernandez, Rafael Devers, Xander Bogaerts in the 3 spot, playing short. JD Martinez batting cleanup in the designated hitter role. Verdugo in left. Trevor Story making his Boston Red Sox debut at second base. Dalbach is your first baseman. JBJ is in right, and Vasquez is behind the plate and hitting ninth. We'll get the Bucks going here in a second and welcome you to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are wearing the dark blue uniforms and gray bottoms, blue ball caps. The Red Sox are in all white with their blue caps. Tanner Hoke is on the mound, 1-5 and a 3.52 ERA in 2021, over 69 innings and 87 strikeouts. He'll be countered by Ian Anderson, and Ian Anderson, of course, is being set up. The way it looks right now, Ian Anderson will be your Game 3 starter on Saturday, April 9th, when they give out the rings in Atlanta against the Cincinnati Reds. Now, as far as their opening day starter, they have not made it official yet, but it's between Charlie Morton and Max Fried. Knowing Snicker, I think he'll probably go with Max Fried since he did win Game 6 of the World Series, and they'll be hanging the banner that night. But you never know how they want to set it up. When you've got 4 right-handers, it looks like most likely we're going to end up with the 4 and 5 guys, at least to start the season off, will be Kyle Wright and Wasker Inoa. So if you got 4 righties and 1 lefty, it doesn't really matter where you put the lefty in. We are almost ready for first pitch. I'm excited to bring you Braves baseball here on Braves Country YouTube. And Tanner Hoke, big right-handers on the mound, and here's the windup in the pitch. And fastball inside. It's 1-0. Dansby Swanson, 248 batting average. Last year, a 311 OBP and 760 OPS. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Dansby, and it is a outside the zone fastball, and it's 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Tanner Hoke, and it is roasted into left field on a bullet, but right there to catch it is the left fielder, Alex Verdugo. He happened to be right place, right time. Dansby Swanson absolutely hammered that ball, but right into the defense. There's one away. Glad to have you joining us here on Braves Country Baseball. Hope to see some of y'all chiming in and letting us know you're there. Atlanta nothing. Boston nothing as the game's just getting going. Matt Olson up to the plate. Here's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Matt Olson swings at the next pitch, and he gets a dribbler up the middle. It's a seeing ire, and it is a 1-out single for Matt Olson here in the Braves' first inning. Atlanta nothing, Boston nothing. Matt Olson took the second pitch and sent it right back where it came from. Had just enough oomph on it to get over the second base bag. Atlanta quickly has something going here in the top of the first. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. They've been kind of playing around with the starting lineup, see how they like it. Remember earlier in the year, here's the pitch to d'Arnaud, and it's looked like a changeup that got away from Hawk. It hits d'Arnaud in the shoulder. He's smiling, so he'll just dust that off and head to first. We got runners on first and second. Just looked like it got away from him. The catcher was set up actually a little bit off the plate, and I'm sure d'Arnaud's glad it was a changeup and not the fastball. Here we go. First and second, one away. That brings the powerful bat of Austin Riley to the plate. Here's first pitch to Riley, and it's a fastball on the outside part, kisses the black, and it's 0-1. Austin Riley, 33 home runs, 107 RBI last year. He's looking to duplicate, maybe even go higher than that. I think Austin Riley is a perfect candidate for MVP. He's a perfect candidate to possibly hit the 40-run home run club. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back up against the screen, and it's 0-2. Austin Riley would be that next young star that the Braves would like to lock up long term. He still has several years left on his deal before arbitration. But keep an eye on that as the year goes forward. Here's the 0-2 pitch, fastball inside, getting Riley off the plate. It's 1-2. Runners on first and second. One away. And here's the 1-2 changeup. And it is hammered, but caught by shortstop Xander Bogaerts. He flips it over to second, and it is a bang-bang double play. That'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. Red Sox get their first at-bats in just a flash.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
My typical favorite shot, honestly, is just old Jack D. Well, Ice Cold Jack D. But if I'm going to pick like more of like a shooter type of thing, it is the most dangerous one, and I no longer drink it. But man, a good Jaeger bomb.
I was about to say, it's probably got some Jaegermeister.
But I'm going to tell you right now, do a Jaeger bomb nowadays, I'm probably going to end up in divorce court. So, I black out and not only just time travel, I travel. I wake up in other cities. So,
if I remember correctly, you used to like slap your face like Curly, and then you would just do this the shuffle step, and then it was on after that.
Yes.
We went into plan M for McGee.
Yes.
All right, execute plan M. Todd, you get the flanks. if anybody's taller than McGee, get him out now.
Oh, yes.
At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember it. That's kind of the point.
Checkmate.
Armchair.
To further solidify their control, the owners added a reserve clause to the contracts of the 5 best men on every team. It required that each play only for his current employer and reserved his services for the following year. At first, few complained. To be reserved was to be sure of a job for the coming season. Those who did complain that the reserve clause smacked of slavery, fired, then blacklisted. For the first time in the history of the game, players would serve the interests of the owner. For the next 100 years, the professional game would be dominated by those who owned the field and supplied the ball.
Welcome back here to Braves country. The Atlanta Braves take the field. Heredia, Duvall, and Rosario in the outfield, left to right, and around the diamond from third to first. It's Riley, Swanson, Albies, Olson, and Darno behind the plate. Ian Anderson on the mound, the big right-hander, ready to give us the first pitch of the game. And here's the first pitch, swung on and fouled back up against the screen. Kike Hernandez leading off for the Red Sox. It's 0-1. Hernandez, 250 hitter last year, 786 OPS with 20 home runs and 60 RBI. He's looking to continue to be the catalyst for the Red Sox offense here in 2021. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike. It's 0-2. Braves, Red Sox just getting underway. 0-2 pitch in the dirt, looked like the changeup, and it's 1-2. We will be back here on the call as I try to get the screen set up for you here. We will be back here on the call Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Here's a changeup, a curveball on the outside part of the plate, and outside the zone, it's 2-2. Rafael Devers stands on deck. 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball high and outside. Full count. It's 3-2. We'll keep you abreast of all the scores going on today. Rays and Orioles just getting underway. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is a fastball high, and that'll be a free pass for the leadoff hitter, Kike Hernandez, and the Boston Red Sox. Alex Cora, manager of the Red Sox, was quoted today when asked, is this the starting lineup for opening day? And he said pretty darn close. So we'll see how that plays out, but it looks like that this could be what you're looking at, Red Sox fan, on opening day. Rafael Devers comes up to bat. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball fouled off a bunt to the right-hand side, and it's 0-1. Kike Hernandez was going on the pitch, so they had something set up there a little bit. Rafael Devers, 279 hitter last year, 38 home runs, 113 RBI. In 156 game season for Devers. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball, and hit high and deep, going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. 2-0 Boston Red Sox. An absolute moonshot towering over the Green Monster here in Fort Myers, Florida. And just like that, Boston's all over Atlanta, 2-0. An easy free swing by Devers, and it just way too high in the zone, left up by Ian Anderson. Devers sent the ball in the direction it came from, high, and just cleared the wall by plenty. The fans over there in the Green Monster stands just watch it sail over their heads. And it's 2-0 Boston. Here's the first pitch to Xander Bogaerts. Curveball inside. It's 0-1. Oh, 0-1 pitch from Ian Anderson. Change up in the dirt, and it's now 1-1. If you're just joining us, Boston and Rafael Devers just made it 2-0. Kike Hernandez walked on a full count, and Devers came up and just tattooed the second pitch he saw, batting practice style. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Bogaerts, and he fouls it down the third base line. It's 1-2. No outs here in the Boston second inning. 0-2 pitch, And changeup. Did he go around? It looks like they're going to call him out. So strikeout for Ian Anderson. Xander Bogaerts goes and grabs the pine. It's kind of an iffy call if he went around, but we'll take it. Xander Bogaerts doesn't look too happy as he's heading back to the bench. Boston 2, Atlanta nothing. You're just joining us. It's Ian Anderson versus Tanner Houck, and here comes JD Martinez today. Of course, he had 28 home runs and 99 RBI. Here's the first pitch. And it's 0-1. Fastball right down the knees. Here comes the second pitch, and it is a changeup. Low and outside, it's 1-1. Ian Anderson will rely heavily on that changeup. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Anderson, and it is swung on and missed. Another changeup, it's 1-2. Boston will have one of the more formidable offenses in the major leagues once again. And big news today, if you're just hearing about it, Trevor Story's making his major league debut for the Red Sox here this spring. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a changeup just off the center of the plate. Caught looking is JD Martinez, strike 3, and he'll sit down. 2 away. And that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Alex Verdugo. Verdugo, 13 home runs, 63 RBIs in 146 games last year. Lefty-righty matchup. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit high and off the green monster. It ricochets, and Verdugo is booking around the bases. He will slam on the brakes at second base. Maybe if he was going a little harder, might have been able to turn that into 3, but it is spring training, so you don't want to pull or pop anything. Red Sox are playing pepper with that green monster. That's going to bring up Trevor Story, his first at bat as a Boston Red Sox, albeit spring training, but the nerves have got to be there. Spent his entire career with the Colorado Rockies, one of the league's best shortstops in that time, offensive shortstops. He'll play second base this year because of Xander Bogaerts, but Bogaerts is a free agent at the end of the year. This gives Boston some insurance in case they can't re-sign him. Here's the first pitch of Story, and it's a fastball, little high, but on the plate, and they'll call it a strike. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch to Story, and it's just bit of a delay by Ian Anderson. He's about ready to go again. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is away, change up out of the zone, and it's 1-1. Good eye by Story. Great weather in South Florida today. Fort Myers. Everyone's in their shirt sleeves, and the sun's beaming bright. Spring break is underway in the state of Florida. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball pulled to the third base side, just foul. Pitch was a little inside of the hands, and it's 1-2. Boston 2, Atlanta nothing. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball outside the zone. It's 2-2. Runner on second base is Alex Verdugo as he peppered a double off that very short porch. The mini monster, as they call it here in Fort Myers. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a fastball high and out of the zone. It's now 3-2. It's the 23rd pitch by Ian Anderson. He's really struggled with his command this inning. Penciled in as the number 3 starter for this Braves rotation. Of course, he came up big in the playoffs last year and the World Series. Would have been set to be the Game 7 starter, but it wasn't needed as Max Fried pitched an absolute gem. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's a fastball just high and out of the zone, and Story will walk on his first at bat as a Boston Red Sox. He'll jog down to first base. It's runners on first and second, 2 away. And Bobby Dalbach comes to the plate. Boston first baseman, 25 home runs, 78 RBI on the year last year, hitting .240 and a .792 OPS. And that's going to bring a Chad out to the mound. As going out to try to give Ian Anderson a breather, if nothing else, I believe. Granted, the pitching coach jogs out. Now he's jogging back. This obviously isn't something where you're concerned about Anderson. You just want to give him a breather because you'd like to get him as deep as you can into this game, considering he's only got one more spring start before opening day. So give him a little bit of a breather. Here we go. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Dalbach set to take the pitch, and it is a curveball high and way out of the zone. It's 1-0. Anderson, one of his biggest issues he's had in his young career, he is known as a nibbler. He does not like to give in. So he wastes a lot of pitches. Hard for him to see the 5th and 6th inning. Here's a fastball outside the zone, called for a ball, probably just a little inside. It's 2-0. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Ian Anderson trying to get himself out of this mess. 27th pitch of the inning, and here's a fastball outside once again. It is 3-0. Standing on deck is Jackie Bradley Jr., the left-handed bat. See if he goes after him here. Here's 3-0 pitch, and it is a fastball out of the zone, and that'll walk him. Bases loaded, 2 away. And once again, here comes Snicker to the mound. Are they going to pull him? And they give him a little bit of a leeway in spring training, but Snicker is going to send him to the showers. He doesn't have it. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get the bullpen update as the lefties are strolling in out of the Braves pen.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game. This stinks. This is total BS. This is. Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my assorted tape? This is total. Got it.
Because he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire the entire broadcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name.
Armchair.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The bases are loaded, 2 away, and Jake Higginbotham is going to come in as the lefty's going to try to put out this fire. Ian Anderson just did not have it today, could not find the strike zone. The few that he did find went either to or over the green monster. Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. on the lefty-lefty deal, and it's a fastball fired right down the heart of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Jackie Bradley Jr. brought back to the Red Sox in the offseason, if you missed it. Here's the 0-1 pitch from the lefty. They set up outside, and it's swung on and missed. Fastball, and it's 0-2. There's Jackie Bradley Jr., a fan favorite, incredible glove, has struggled with his bat, but one of the best to ever do it in the field. Here's the 0-2 pitch, fastball outside the zone. He'll spit on that, and it's 1-2. They expect somewhat of a platoon with Jackie, but coming in as a defensive specialist late in the games. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Darno set up outside, and it's a slider. And does it hit? It looks like it hit JBJ. Must have just grazed his arm on the elbow pad. Might have hit the tricep. Just kissed it if it did hit him. They're showing the replay. It doesn't really look like it made contact, but the umpire feels like he heard something, so that'll bring in a run, and it's now 3-0 Boston. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, the catcher, Vasquez, for the Red Sox. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on and hammered to the right side of the infield over to Dansby Swanson. He makes the catch, flips it over to second for the easy force. Ozzie steps on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in the flash. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks baseball, Braves baseball, here on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube.
Let me sum it up. Twitter's stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin, you are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding."
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Braves trail 3-0, 3 runs off of 2 hits, a home run, a hit by pitch. Here comes Ozzie Albies to lead off the Braves' second inning, and it is a changeup wide and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies, 30 home runs and 106 RBI on the year last year, 259 hitter. And here's a fastball swung on and hit high into the sky, but playable right at the warning track up against the monster. And there's quickly one away in the Braves' second. Boston 3-0. Ian Anderson did not have it today. So he had 3 runs allowed in just 2/3 of an inning. Higginbotham hit JBJ after having 2 strikes. But the game could have been much worse. Here's the first pitch swung on by Rosario, and it's out of play over in the stands just left of left field. And it's 0-1. Red Sox have done a really good job of mimicking what their park looks like in Boston and have brought that to the confines here in Fort Myers, Florida. If you're familiar with the Red Sox Green Monster and the way the curvatures are, very, very similar. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Rosario. Wind up and fastball inside. Good eye by Eddie, and it's 1-2. Eddie Rosario comes back to Atlanta after winning the NLCS MVP. He signs a 3-year deal with Atlanta. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a changeup, pulls the string, swung on and missed. Nice pitch by Tanner. And there's quickly 2 away here in the Atlanta second inning. Just changed the speed of that, got Rosario way out in front. In other action, Tampa and Baltimore tied at 1 apiece. They're early on in the second inning. So that'll bring up Adam Duvall, Atlanta center fielder. Here's the changeup on the outside part of the plate, swung on and pulled foul to the third base side. And it's 0-1. Starting to get some cloud coverage, and you're starting to see the fielders kind of mess with their shades, whether or not they do or do not need shades on. Here's a fastball, 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on and roasted down the left field line. Adam Duvall's on his horse. He's going to round first and slide into second. He is safe. Just under the tag. What a great job of base running. Great hustle by Adam Duvall. We'll take a look at the replay, but it looks like he got underneath it by just a we'll say a half second. And that's got a runner in scoring position for the Atlanta Braves, bringing up the left-handed designated hitter, Alex Dickerson. Good job of base running. Kind of hung that changeup, and Duvall just absolutely hammered it. Here's the first pitch to Dickerson, who's trying to make the club, and it's a fastball inside. Off the plate, it's 1-0. Alex Dickerson, San Francisco Giants last year, 13 home runs, 38 RBIs. Was not a full-time player, was a platoon player, which is probably his role with Atlanta if he makes the club. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a changeup pulled to the right side, out of play, and it's 1-1. Red Sox are playing Dickerson to pull, so if he shoots anything to the third base side, he's got a good chance of getting in, and Duvall's got speed. He'll be your opening day center fielder and probably playing center field most of the season. Here's the 1-1 pitch. High. Looked like it was outside, but they'll call it a strike. It's 1-2. Duvall wearing the high socks as he always does. Here's the 1-2 pitch, fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Tanner Houck, 22 pitches on the afternoon so far. Look pretty good so far, but Atlanta does have something cooking. Yes, Trevor Story has batted. He walked in his first at bat, Michael. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. And we'll do it again at 1-2. Story will be due up next inning. There's a good chance that he bats. If the Red Sox get anything going. 1-2 pitch to Alex Dickerson. Duvall on second. Here's the windup, and swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. It's 1-2. For those that missed it, Ian Anderson was all over the place, could not fight in the strike zone, and Trevor Story walked in his first time up as the Boston Red Sox. He's batting sixth in the order, just behind Verdugo, who had gotten on base with a double off the Green Monster. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and strike him out. He missed on an inside curveball, and that'll sit him down. The Braves leave one stranded. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Boston 3-0. Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Third down and about 22. Smith drops the ball. He's got it tied in, but he's got Carter. Michigan leads the with a first touchdown. Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. Ohio State. Touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch you take to him the first time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
And he's open all the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. And Ian Anderson is going to go back out. Now, this is a strange thing that happens in spring training. They do allow them to tag back in, so to speak, because they want to get X amount of pitches, but they don't want to wear a guy out. So Ian Anderson is back on the bump. And sometimes managers do it, sometimes they don't, but they've elected to do this. He's back out there and throws first two pitches outside the zone. Once again, it's 2-0. Kike Hernandez leading off the inning. And here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on and popped high into the sky, and it's going to drop for a base hit as Anderson and Olsen could not find it in the sun. So auspicious beginning to the second inning. It's one of those I got it, you take it types of plays. By the time Olsen realized that Anderson was not going to get to it, he was way too far back to make a play. And so ball realistically should have been played by Matt Olsen. Can't expect the pitcher coming off the mound to see that. So this will bring Devers back to the plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a hot shot back into right field. It'll drop for a single. Runners on first and second. Rosario corrals it, gets it back in quickly. And this is not Anderson's day. Remember, this was a thing that was put into play during the 2020 lockout. I mean, not lockout, COVID shutdown. That the pitcher can come back in, but he has to pitch. I believe the cutoff is 25 pitches in that inning. So Anderson now at 32 pitches, runners on first and second, nobody out. Here's the changeup off the plate, and it's quickly 1-0. Xander Bogaerts standing in. It'll be Bogaerts, JD Martinez, Verdugo, and if it keeps going, Trevor Story. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Bogaerts, and it is a changeup rolled over to the left side, grabbed by Swanson. He fires it over to second. Out is the runner at second. Ozzie tries to relay it to first for the double play, but Bogaerts runs out the play, and he beats it by about a half step. So you got runners on first and third, one away. That'll bring up JD Martinez. The Braves were playing a shift. And it was hit right into the teeth of the defense. Ozzie only needed a couple of steps to get over to second. Here's the first pitch. Swung on and missed. Curveball outside the zone. The ball gets away, but Darnaud is able to corral it and keep the runners at bay. First and third, one away. JD Martinez, 0-1 count. JD with the 867 OPS last year. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And curveball swung on and roasted into left field. That's a worm burner. That'll get down for a run and a single. And it's 4-0 Boston. They had the defense playing just a little too far over. Swanson literally almost over in the 5-hole. He's playing so far over. And it's an easy single. Ozzie was left of the second base bag, but not far enough over to get that ball. So runners on first and second, one away. Boston's got something brewing once again. Here's the first pitch to Verdugo, taken for a ball low. It's 1-0. You know they want to get Anderson stretched out, but you wonder how long they'll let him go today. He has just not looked good. I think if this is a regular season game, you'd see him sitting down, but they've got to get him stretched out. Remember, we have the condensed spring training, normally a good 4 to 5 weeks. This year, just over 3. Here's a changeup on the outside. Nice pitch by Anderson. And it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch from Anderson, working quickly, and it's a changeup low. It's 2-1. Verdugo, 777 OPS last year. Steps in with runners on first and second. And it's a changeup at the knees. It's a nasty pitch. They'll call it a strike. That's one of those 50-50 pitches. Now 2-2 to Verdugo. Verdugo hammered a double off the wall his first time up. Bottom of the second, 2-2 pitch, 2 on, 1 away. Here's the pitch by Anderson, and it swung on and missed. Strike 3. Looked like it was the changeup that got away out of the zone. Verdugo chased it. That's 2 away. The way Darnode was set up in the behind the plate, believe he was actually trying to get a changeup low. He hung it high, just was fortunate. This will bring Trevor Story up to the plate. First time up, he walked in the first inning. So here's the first pitch to Story. It's a changeup high, popped up and just out of play behind home plate into the stands, and it's 0-1. Trevor Story, right-handed slugging, normally shortstop, but this year he'll be playing quite a bit of second base, assuming everything goes as planned for Boston. Travis Darnode gets ready as he gets behind the plate. Once again, 0-1 pitch. Trevor Story, 2 away, runners on first and second. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on, change up outside the zone and low. Misses it for a strike. It's 0-2. Cedric Mullins of the Baltimore Orioles just hit his first home run of the spring, making that game 2-1 versus the Rays. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Anderson, and it is inside, swung on and fouled to the third base side. We'll do it again at 0-2. Runners on first and second, 0-2 count to Trevor Story. Bottom of the second inning, Boston leads it 4-0. And change up in the dirt. Good eye by Story. It's 1-2. Trevor Story, well documented his career splits, a little over 100 more home runs in Coors Field than on the road. I don't think that really applies when your home park's going to be friendly confines of the Boston Red Sox. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Very hitter friendly ballparks. He goes from one to the other. I really don't think that's going to make much of a difference. Signed a 6-year, $140 deal with the Red Sox. So he'll be in the Red Sox infield for quite some time. Good signing by Boston. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a changeup outside the zone. Did he go around? He did. That'll be strike him out. That'll end the inning, but not before Boston gets another one. It's 4-0 Red Sox.
Imaginary hat.
What is this? What are we doing?
So dumb.
It's the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long. Armchair Quarterbacks are doing play-by-play right here on YouTube, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights. And we're jumping on early with the Armchair Quarterback show, getting you caught up in the world of sports and ready for the first pitch. It's the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long, right here, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your CBS Sports affiliate.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
But anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach.
And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted.
Eye contact.
Scented candles.
Power balance.
And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers.
Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Rose, what was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Tanner Huck is going to go back out there on the mound for Boston. Pitched pretty well so far. 2 innings, no earned runs. Taking a look at opening day, we will be here, Braves versus the Cincinnati Reds. It is now an 8:08 first pitch. Whoa, fastball inside. Almost takes Heredia at the head. Way inside. He ducked and missed it. It's 1-0. Definitely slipped out of his hands there. They were setting up on the outside part. Almost hit Heredia's bat as he was ducking down. You've seen that happen from time to time, but it did miss the bat. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Change up on the outside part of the plate. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Heredia will be platooning for the Atlanta Braves. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's a changeup. It is scalded to the third base side, but right there to make the play is Rafael Devers. That was an atom ball on a one hopper. He'll fire it over to first, and there's one away in the Atlanta third. Looking at opening day, Braves Reds is now 8:08 Eastern time. They've changed that for a national television ESPN schedule. If you don't have ESPN, we will have the call here live. Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and I believe Steven's going to be with us that day as we're celebrating opening day. Every Thursday night is MLB Game of the Week here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Here's the first pitch to Dansby Swanson out of the zone, and it's 1-0. We'll be doing Braves games Tuesdays and Fridays all year long. Here's the 1-0 pitch, fastball, and that was a dart on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. Looking at opening day's schedule across the board, you're going to have the Red Sox and Yankees at 1:05. And yes, they have not changed the time of that. So that's an interesting one. Opening day, Boston and New York. That should be a fun one. Pirates and Cardinals. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and took something off of that, swung over the top of it, and it's 1-2. Getting a new ball, and here's the 1-2 pitch. Changeup in the dirt, taken for a ball, and it is now 2-2. Pirates and Cardinals at 4:15 Eastern on opening day. You'll also have Brewers Cubs at 2:20. All times are Eastern. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's swung on and shot into right field. That'll be a single for Dansby Swanson. Lieutenant Dan, 1 on, 1 out. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Mets Nationals, 4:05 Eastern in Washington Park. That should be Max Scherzer, possibly DeGrom, depending on which way they decide to go. Sure, National fans will love seeing him in a Mets uniform. Here's the first pitch to Matt Olson on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Guardians. Yes, no more are they the Cleveland Indians. The Cleveland Guardians are at the Royals at 4:10 Eastern. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on, pushed out of play. It's 0-2. Matt Olson, first baseman, coming over in the Oakland trade to take over duties for the much beloved Freddie Freeman, who signed a 6-year, $162 million deal to go back home to Los Angeles. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Olson, the windup, and it swung on and hit foul and out of play. Just trying to stay alive there on that swing. It's once again 0-2. Mariners and Twins, that'll be 4:10 Eastern on opening day. And then we talked about the Braves and Reds. It is now an 8:08 Eastern first pitch, as opposed to 7:20 like it was originally planned. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Olson, and it is a changeup in the dirt. Did that get a piece of Olson? It did. So he'll go down to first base. Ball hit the dirt, but did bounce into his leg. The inner part of his leg, right in the right on the toe, is what it looked like it actually hit. Looks like he's going to be okay. Don't think it got him flush. So he's, it actually might have hit the top of his foot. It does seem like he's okay looking at the replay. Yeah, it hit the top of his toe, but it looks like he's going to be okay. Not much of a limp, just more of a reaction. So we'll reset the stage here. Runners on first and second, 1 away. Travis d'Arnaud stepping to the plate. Played in just 60 games last year. Here's the first pitch, and it's fastball outside the zone. It's 1-0. Broken a bone in his hand, missed about 3 months last year, but caught every single inning of the playoffs. Big reason why Atlanta won the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is just inside and low. It's 2-0. Late games on opening day, you got a pair of them. Astros and Angels at 9:38 Eastern time. That should be a good one. And Padres Diamondbacks at 9:40. Here's the 2-0 pitch. swung on and hit high into the sky, but not very deep, playable by Verdugo at third base. I'm sorry, at left field past the third baseman. And that'll be out number 2. The swing looked like he had really gotten a hold of something, but it did not go very far. That'll bring up Austin Riley, who's 0 for 1, lined into a double play in the first. Riley trying to get something going here. Played 160 games last year for the Atlanta Braves. Tanner Hoke is about to throw his 41st pitch of the day. Here's the windup as he looks back at Swanson, and the pitch swung on just over the top. Looks like he took something off of that. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 count to Austin Riley. Runners on first and second. Here's the windup, in the pitch swung on and hit high into center field, but playable just underneath it is Kiki Hernandez, and that'll end the inning. So Atlanta strands 2 after a promising beginning. We head to the bottom of the inning. Boston leads it 4-0.
This time I'm going to kick that football clear to the moon.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah, how can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in
9 months.
Armchair.
These are the good times. You hear people talk about the good old days all the time, right? Lately, if we just go back to the good old days. The good old days. Are you kidding me? These are the good old days. The good old days? We're just figuring out how to do stuff now. And we don't even have it figured out yet. You want to go to the good old days? They didn't know how to do anything back there. Nothing. You ever see the first bicycle ever made? I don't know how to make anything. But I know you don't take the smallest wheel you can find and put that in the back. And the biggest wheel on earth and put that up front. It's a bad bike. Couldn't even get in the seat by yourself. Your friends had to fling you up there by the ends of your handlebar mustache and hope you landed on the seat. And once you started pedaling, you couldn't stop. You pedaled till you died. And that was okay, because your life expectancy in the good old days, 28 years old.
My name is George. I'm unemployed and I live with my parents.
I'm Victoria. Hi.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880. Died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Ian Anderson will go back out for another inning. He has labored through the first 2. We are sitting here at the bottom of the third. Bobby Dahlbeck will be the batter. Anderson, in fact, sat down during the first inning for a reliever to give him a rest, a new spring training rule that just came around a few years back. Here's a fastball, pipes it on the outside part of the plate for a strike, kisses the black, and it's 0-1. 49th pitch of the afternoon is a fastball inside, almost hits Dahlbeck, and it's now 1-1. Anderson has been wild, and usually he's effectively wild, but not today. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a changeup in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. So Braves country, if you missed it earlier, the Atlanta Braves, here's the 2-1 pitch from Anderson, fastball outside the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Just off the plate, good location, hard to hold up on that one. The Braves opening day first pitch is changed. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a changeup off the plate, and it is now 3-2. Originally scheduled for 7:20 Eastern time, and is now gone to 8:08 Eastern time. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and hit high into the sky and off the green monster. Unable to catch it is Heredia, thrown back into the infield. Duvall corrals it, gets it into Ozzie, and Dalbec's got a leadoff double. You can tell these guys are not familiar with how to play this monster. And in spring training games, you don't really get a chance to go out there and play around enough with these early start times. Normally, if this is a regular season game, the guys that get to the park early, they get familiar with their surroundings. But in a spring training game, you just kind of get off the bus and get at it. And that ball, it went to the corner, the crevice of the wall, and ricocheted back, and Duvall got it back. Here comes the first pitch. Jackie Bradley Jr. swung on and hit over to the right side. A sliding stab and guns over to first base for the out. Great play by Dansby Swanson. Lieutenant Dan with a hell of a sliding catch and jump throw. That gets the first out of the inning. The runner does advance to third. A beautiful play. Slid, pirouetted as he was jumping up, fired it over to first, and beat the runner by about a stride and a half. And that's going to bring up Vasquez. JBJ, we know, has wheels, so he had to be on that quickly. Here's the first pitch to Christian Vasquez, the catcher. He hits it high and deep down the right side. It looks like it's going to be fouling out of play, and it's 0-1. Red Sox Yankees will start the whole thing off on opening day, 1:05 Eastern. Should be a fun opening day. You don't have as many teams playing as you normally do because of the lockout. The Thursday was supposed to be a travel day for a lot of teams, but it is a decent slate. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball high and outside the zone, and it's 1-1. Braves and Reds will be in action at 8:08 Eastern, changing for the national television audience. Red Sox and Yankees will once again be 1:05 Eastern, and that'll be carried on the Yes Network. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is hit high. It is hit deep. That ball was crushed like an ant. 2-run jack, and it's 6-0 Boston in the bottom of the third inning. That changeup didn't change. He put that right over the plate, and it might as well have been a T-ball. Vasquez did not miss that one bit. 6-0 Boston, as that was just a hanging potato. The good news for Atlanta, this is spring training. We are expecting to see Will Smith pitch today for Atlanta, by the way. That was confirmed earlier. Will Smith is expected to play, and it looks like we're going to get we're going out to talk to Ian Anderson, see if we get it. We are going to get a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Okay, you guys, look, I know this is none of my business, but I have to ask, what's Sheldon's deal?
What do you mean deal?
You know, like, what's his deal? Is it girls, guys, sock puppets?
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long. Armchair Quarterbacks are doing play-by-play right here on YouTube Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights. And we're jumping on early with the Armchair Quarterbacks show, getting you caught up in the world of sports and ready for the first pitch. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your CBS Sports affiliate.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, of summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
We're back, and Dylan Lee has taken the mound. The left-hander, of course, got a chance to pitch in the World Series. First pitch is 0-1. Fouled back out of play. And quickly going again. 1.54 ERA in Gwinnett last year. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider. They're going to call it inside. Look like a strike. It's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Dylan Lee as the sun creeps back out, and it took something off of that. Looked like the changeup, and it is now 1-2. Braves are expected to name their opening day starter after today's game. Got to figure it's Max Fried and Charlie Morton going in day 2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. It's in the dirt. It is now 2-2. Two delivery from Dylan Lee, swung on and popped up over to the right side. Matt Olson gives chase, fighting the clouds and the sun. He'll get the out. And nice job of defense there by Matt Olson to put the runner away. The clouds are moving in and out. I mean, you're getting sun and dark clouds like every 6 seconds. Here's the first pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate to Raviel Devers, and it's 0-1. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and grounded to the right-hand side, easily played by Olson, and that'll end the third inning. The Braves will grab the sticks. They trail 6-0.
He only has 3 rings.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maui onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
You'll We'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Despite growing professionalism, the Pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 6-0, mainly off a couple of absolute moonshots over the Green Monster. Ian Anderson did not have it today. We are expecting to see Colin McHugh, make his debut today for Atlanta. He has not pitched in the spring training games. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies. Tanner Hook is back out there. It's 1-0. Changeup was in the dirt. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a changeup outside part of the plate for a strike. It's now 1-1. Tanner Hook has actually looked pretty good. 45th pitch of the afternoon, and it is a changeup, and it is a grounder dribbled up through the middle, and that was a little single that found its way through the diamond between second and shortstop, And the Braves have their leadoff hitter on, maybe get something going here. 1 on, nobody out. And that should bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Will Smith expected to pitch an inning. He's looked good this spring. Colin McHugh, of course, he was signed in the offseason to come over. Free agency, one of the better right-handers in middle relief in baseball. He's had the best numbers in relief baseball, Major League Baseball, in the last 4 seasons. Only one better with hits against is Kirby Yates, and the Braves signed him back in November. Here's the first pitch to Rosario. It's a changeup inside, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Kirby Yates is expected to be on the field and helping out the Braves bullpen somewhere around the All-Star break. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is inside for a ball. Dancing out of the way is Rosario, and it is now 1-1. Eddie Rosario signing a 2-year deal with a third option by the club this offseason. Assuming everything goes right, it's definitely a club-friendly signing, so he would be with the Braves for the next 3 years. If everything goes to plan, they keep throwing back over to first base to catch Ozzie napping, but he's not biting. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Rosario. Ozzie leads off and swung on, and fastball right past the swinging bat of Eddie Rosario. It's 1-2. Atlanta expected to name most teams are expected to name their starting pitcher today or tomorrow. So you have to get that ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is high and outside the zone for a ball. It's now 2-2. It's a changeup, but it was of pitch out distance. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit off Eddie's inside instep. He's kind of hobbling around, but it looks like he's going to be okay. Do it again at 2-2. The bumps and bruises of a 162 game season begins in spring. Looks like he's okay. He gets back in the box. No one's out there to check on him. So it looks like much to do about nothing. He doesn't wear the big protective guards like a lot of players do on this intercept. He does have a little padding, but it's not the big padding you normally see. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on by Rosario, popped up high over to the third base side, and it drops. And it is fair. That is a fair ball. Ozzie scoots up to second base. So there'll be runners on first and second. Devers just lost it in the sun. We've seen a couple of plays like this already. And then you've got the prevailing winds that are kind of pushing towards the third base line. The clouds were clearing just as that ball was hit. And when it hit just inside the fair line, it then shot over foul into the foul territory. Had Ozzie been moving on the pitch, he could have easily stood on third, but with nobody out, you're not bound to do that. You're going to stay put. You don't want to be gunned down. So smart base running by Ozzie, and that leads to runners on first and second. Nobody out, and Adam Duvall steps up to the plate. Adam Duvall's got his shades on, his socks high. Here's the first pitch from Tanner Hook, and it is a changeup swung on and pulled foul. It's 0-1. Runners on first and second, nobody out. The Braves finally got something going here. Partly cloudy day in Fort Myers, Florida. Expected to get into the mid 80s, but the wind and the clouds are wreaking havoc on the fielders. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a changeup outside. Good eye by Duvall, and it's 1-1. Standing on deck is Alex Dickerson. We will have Braves country baseball for you Tuesdays and Fridays throughout the summer, spring and summer. Getting ahead of myself. If they make it to the Fall Classic, we'll have every one of those games like we did last year. Here's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Missed outside, and it's 2-1. So Tuesdays and Fridays, spring and summer Braves baseball. It's the plan here. We will be here Friday, 1:00 Eastern against the Minnesota Twins. And then our final spring training game telecast will be 1:00 Eastern on Monday against the Tampa Bay Rays. Opening day is Thursday, April 7th, a week from tomorrow. We'll have that game. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball in the dirt, gets away from Vasquez and bounces all the way to the backstop. Runners move up to second and third. Nobody out, and a 3-1 count to Duvall. Braves have a chance to finally get on the board here. That wind is really whipping from right to left. Anything in the air is probably going to carry out of the stadium. Those flags over in the right center, they look like sails out on the Hudson. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Duvall. He digs in. Catcher sets up a little inside, swung on, and he misses that again. It's 3-2. That was right in his wheelhouse. Duvall is just not seeing that pitch well for whatever reason. We got a full count now to Adam Duvall. Atlanta Braves trying to get on the board, give themselves a fighting chance here. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is. Duvall thought it was a ball. They're going to call it a strike 3. He does not like the call, and it was off the plate for sure, but that is a spring training strike. You probably have to swing at that. So would have had the bases loaded, nobody out. Instead, you got runners on second and third, 1 away. That'll bring up the left-handed bat of Alex Dickerson. I do think he calls that a ball if this is a regular season, but here's the first pitch. Dickerson swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Going back is Hernandez. Kiki makes the catch, fires it back into the infield, but not before Ozzie Albies skips across home plate, making it 6-1. Rosario moves up to third. Taking the wind and the ball where it's going, and Hernandez had to make a little bit of a hop catch at the 379 sign. Good defense by Hernandez, good base running by the Braves. It's 6-1. So this will bring Heredia to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Here's the first pitch of Heredia. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Heredia grounded out in the third. Looking for a single here to cut the lead down to 6-2 if possible. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball swung on and fouled out of play. It's now 0-2. Braves trail 6-1. They do have a runner on third. If Heredia can get on, they'll flip the lineup over with Swanson standing on deck. Olson in the hole. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on and pulled foul. Good job of staying alive there by Heredia. Once again, it's 0-2. Red Sox still have not started stretching out Chris Sale yet. You got to figure they're going to be facing Garrett Cole on opening day. He's looked good so far in the spring for the Yankees. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Heredia, and it is swung on and fouled down the third base line once again. We'll get it going one more time at 0-2. Runner on third, Heredia at the plate, trying to find any way to get on base. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Heredia. The sun's come back out bright again. And fastball swung on, and Heredia was on it, just missed it. It was high in the zone. He fouls it back. It's 0-2. Cardinals all over Washington today, 11-0. That game's in the 5th. Rays and Orioles are tied at 3 in the 5th. Minnesota 3-2 over Pittsburgh. That is in the top of the 5th. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Heredia, and it swung on and popped up high and out of play. Another souvenir for someone sitting back behind home plate. We'll do it again at 0-2. Detroit 4, Philly nothing. Top of the 5th inning. And later on today, you got Cincinnati and Oakland, Seattle and Chicago, San Fran and KC, Texas and the White Sox, and Arizona, Colorado, Milwaukee, San Diego, all at 4:00. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Tanner Hoke to Heredia, and it is a fastball, and it hits Heredia in the arm. Is he okay? It might have got him in the hand. He is wincing. So at first it looked like he was hit. Looking at it again, I think it got the top of his left hand. He's holding his right. He kind of twisted. He's a right-handed hitter, kind of twisted towards it and then away, trying to see where that got him. It definitely got him in the hand area. It looks like they're stretching out his right hand. So that must be where he's got him. I would think he's going to come out of the game for precautions regardless. If we see anything updated. Man, right on the knuckles. That would be a big blow to the Atlanta Braves if they don't have him for opening day. Though not much of an offensive pop, he's big on the Atlanta Braves in terms of not just clubhouse leadership, but great defense. They're meeting out on the mound right now to go over how they're going to face Swanson. Seen some wild throws today by both sides. Sure, both managers just want to get to opening day without anyone getting injured. It's going to bring Dansby Swanson up to the plate. You wonder why more of these players don't wear that protective padding, the gloves. Often wondered that for years with Freddie Freeman. He had such a habit of getting hit. Remember, he lost several games in consecutive years because the way Freddie's hands would stretch out over home plate, he got popped in the wrist 2 times. He still goes bare knuckled up there, but here's the first pitch to Dansby Swanson. Runners on first and third, 2 away, and it's a changeup, drops in for a strike. It's 0-1. Dansby Swanson trying to get something going here for the Atlanta Braves. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on, changeup, popped up high and out of play. This will be the 68th pitch for Tanner Hook, and it is now 0-2. Demerit has came in as the pinch runner for Heredia. You got to figure he'll stay in and play in the outfield in the next inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's swung on and just got a piece of that by Swanson. It's 0-2. Boston 6, Atlanta 1. Just 8 days away from, or 9 days away from opening day. Well, no, 8, excuse me. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on and hammered down the left field line, but foul. Dansby almost got one of his signature inside swings that usually equates into a double. Might have been a bases clearing double if he keeps that thing foul, but it just hooked foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. If you're just joining us, Ian Anderson struggled mightily today. Here's the 0-2 pitch, fastball and high outside the zone. It's 1-2. Ian Anderson, 2 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts, 2 home runs allowed. Higginbotham and Lee We've also pitched a combined inning. See who comes out for the next inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's fouled back up against the screen. We'll do it again at 1-2. I would think it may be Colin McHugh coming out. He's not pitched for the Atlanta Braves yet. And big time expectations for McHugh. So he's a part of a very talented Atlanta Braves bullpen they are expected to lean on. Braves are loaded this year. Should have a very good shot at the division crown once again. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the right field line. Do it again at 1-2. This will be the 73rd pitch for Tanner Hook. The Boston Red Sox will be in the mix as well. A loaded division in their own right. Toronto's made some big moves. Tampa is still Tampa. And the Yankees, well, they made a couple of big moves as well. Really feel like the only team out of it. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's off the plate. And Vasquez is going to fire it down to first, trying to catch Demerit napping, but he does not catch him. And you got runners on the corners. 2 out, a 2-2 count. Might get some action going here on the base paths. Feel like the American League East is anyone's game except the Baltimore Orioles, who are still rebuilding. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and change up, strike him out just over the top of the ball, and he gets out of the inning. The Braves score 1, they strand 2. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th, Boston 6-1.
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Bro, I'm risking my life. It's not worth it. It's not.
You are so going to end up in porno.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Lean. Whalers, frozen in at Herschel Island above the Arctic Circle, played too, naming their teams the Hoodlums, Walruses, and Blubbers.
Welcome back here to Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube. Braves country baseball. Braves trail 6-1. We've had quite a exciting first few innings here with the elements and everything. Dylan Lee is back out on the mound. So the lefty throws a fastball, pipes it right down the middle, and it's 0-1. Good to see some familiar faces here tuning in. Cleve and me and Samuel, along with Michael. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a change up in the dirt. It is now 1-1. Boston 6, Atlanta 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's just off the plate. It is now 2-1. Six one is your score. Bottom of the fourth inning. Dylan Lee, lefty fastball, swung high and deep into left field, going back. Ramalama ding dong. That is another home run. Boston makes it 7-1. My word. That wind is absolutely carrying. And even better, the fan standing on top of the bridge, well over the green monster at the very top, he makes an incredible catch. That ball was absolutely sent into orbit. Several fans over there. He's one of those ones that brought his glove to the game. We all know a lot of people don't like that guy, but he brought his glove and it paid off. Boston leads at 7-1. That'll bring up JD Martinez. Rouse makes it 7-1. He came in, was Xander Bogaerts, so his day should be over with. And JD Martinez, 1-1 count on him. They're swinging the second pitch. Here's the delivery, and it is another nasty sinker inside over the top, swinging and missing. It's 1-2. You took the over in this game, you're probably going to get it. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dylan Lee. On the way, and it is another sinker, this time in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Two pitch on the way, and it's a fastball swung on and popped up out of play. 2-2 is your count. Nobody out here in the Boston fourth inning. Be interesting to see if Hope comes back out to pitch the fifth. He was up around 80 pitches when he finished off the fourth inning. Most guys don't go much farther than that in spring. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's in the dirt for a ball. It is now 3-2. Lee gets the sign from Darno, and it is a fastball swung on and fouled back up against the screen. Do it again at 3-2. Warm day here in Fort Myers, Florida. A lot of the fans are trying to cover for shade. Here's a 3-2 pitch from Lee, and it is a fastball. Just got a piece of it, knocked it foul, and it's 3-2. Three-two count, and fastball on the outside part of the plate. And taken for a ball. JD Martinez will stroll down to first base. Nobody out. One on. And that should bring up Verdugo. We'll see if they pinch hit for him. It does look like they are. See who this brings to the plate. And it looks like it's going to be Cordero, the left fielder, coming in. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Swung on and missed for the first pitch. Frenchie Cordero down 0-1. Frenchie Cordero, 48 games last year, had 1 home run, 9 RBIs, played sparingly off the bench. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on and missed for a strike. It's 0-2. Braves trail 7-1. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider. Just got a piece of it to knock it foul. Do it again at 0-2. See, Tiger Woods played 18-hole practice round at Augusta today. Looks like he's going to try to make it a go in a few weeks. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back, up against the wall and off the wall, off the green monster. Demerit plays it well, but not before the runners get to second and third. There's nobody out. That is a very short porch and a very strong wind. All you got to do is get it up there, and it's going to go give it a ride. And they have been playing it well off that wall all day long. A porch, I believe I read somewhere where it's 20 feet closer than the short porch in Boston. So Trevor Story comes to the plate. It's a chance to get his first RBIs. Runners on second and third, nobody out. Lefty versus righty matchup. And it is a fastball inside, swung on and hammered down the left field line. Just foul for Trevor Story. Boston 7, Atlanta 1, runners on second and third. Bottom of the fourth, nobody out. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt, and it bounces away from d'Arnaud. He jumps up and is able to stay in front of it. It dribbles away a little bit, but the runners will stay where they're at. We'll do it again at 1-1. Runners on second and third, nobody out. Masters weekend and opening day all kicking off next Thursday. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider, and it is slammed into left field, dumped in for a single. Runner will score, making it 8-1. It's kind of a shallow hit, so the runner at second could not advance past third. So you'll have runners on first and third. Nobody out. Dylan Lee just getting absolutely pounded on. And Story gets his first hit, his first RBI as a Boston Red Sox, and he's coming off the base paths. So I don't know if he's done for the day or this is another one of those switches to get some other guys some play. Remember, they do have that ability, but it looks like he could be done for the day. In to run for Story is Sanchez. We'll see what happens next inning, see if Story comes back out, but it looks like the way they're giving him high fives and whatnot, that he may be done for the day. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Goes inside to Bobby Dowlback. It's now 0-2. They called it a strike. Boston 8-1. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves' lone run came last half inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch and swung on. He hit it right on the screws, just fouled it back. Dahlbach was almost all over that one. Braves will have the heart of the order due up next inning. If you missed it earlier, Heredia came out after getting hit on the hand. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit high, and it's going to fall down. The wind knocks it down. It's going to be an easy single just in front of Adam Duvall. Runner scores. Runner on first moves up to second, and it's 9-1 Boston. Cordero comes across the plate. And that ball had some top spin on it, just kind of died right there in center field. And Dylan Lee is going to come out of the game. We'll be back in a flash. When we come back, the Braves are making a move to the pen.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip, boom, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, caring, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back here to the Braves Baseball, Braves Country. I see Robert chiming in. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. Robert, so you know, during the regular season, we are here Tuesday and Friday nights for Braves Country Baseball. Here's the first pitch coming into the game is Diaz, and it is called for a ball low. It's 1-0. Looked like it caught the zone, but Blue has a different interpretation of the strike zone, so we'll have a 1-0 count. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside and misses the plate again. It is now 2-0. Diaz coming in, right-hander, fastball at the knees. That one's called for a strike, and it's 2-1. Spring training schedule. The rest of it looks like this. Friday, we will be here at 1 o'clock Eastern. Monday, 1 o'clock Eastern. And then we will be here for opening day for Braves Country Baseball Thursday evening. It is now an 8:08 first pitch. Here's the fastball at the knees, called for a strike. Bradley doesn't like it. It's kind of a long look at Blue, but it is 2-2. Jackie Bradley Jr., 2-2 count on him. Diaz. Here's the delivery, and it's a fastball called for a strike 3 on the inside. Might have been a little inside. JBJ does not like it. He is jawing at Blue as he heads back to the dugout, but there's one away here in the Boston fourth inning. That's going to bring, looks like Christian Vasquez is going to stay in the game, so he'll come to the plate once again. Remember, he had a 2-run home run earlier in the game. That wind going out, I think he wants to stay in. Here's the fastball inside and off the plate. It's 1-0. Runners on first and second, 1 away. Braves trail 9-1. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a soft grounder over to second. Ozzie flips it to Dansby at short. Dansby fires it over to first. Olsen squeezes it, steps on the pillow, and that's going to end the bottom of the fourth inning. We head to the top of the fifth. The Braves grab the bats in the heart of the order. There's quickly 2 away, just 7 pitches into the inning, and Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4. On the bat of Freddie Freeman, the crowd is going bananas. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, and the Saturday afternoon games, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class, native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailed 9-1. Ian Anderson had a rough going, and it wasn't much better for Dylan Lee. Dylan Lee, his day's done. 2 1/3 inning, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts, gave up a home run. He now has a 9 ERA on the spring. Anderson's got a 10.8 ERA on the spring. Diaz came in and pitched a clean inning and got the Braves out of a mess. So in for the Boston Red Sox is Ort, the big right-hander, Caleb Ort. He's going to face Olsen. Olsen swings at the first pitch and hits it over to the right-hand side, easily corralled by the second baseman. He'll flip it over to first, and there's 1 away. Caleb Ort, a 3 ERA here in the spring, trying to make the team. 30-year-old out of Aquinas, Michigan. We are expecting to see Colin McHugh. I would think we'll probably see him next inning. Here's the first pitch to Travis d'Arnaud. It's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, kisses the black, and it's 0-1. D'Arnaud's 0 for 1, hit by a pitch. Sun is back out and high in the sky again here in Fort Myers. The shade has been going in and out, and the wind as well has played havoc on the fielders. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Travis d'Arnaud, and it is a fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. Hope to see all of you Braves fans all year long here on Braves Country Baseball, Tuesdays and Friday nights. The first pitch, we'll come on with the pregame show about an hour before the game starts, where we'll talk a little bit of everything in the world of sports. And then Thursdays, we will be doing the Major League Baseball game of the week. Got a 2-2 count on Travis d'Arnaud. Here's a fastball swung on and hammered high. It's driven deep. It's going back. Jackpot, baby. Home run, Mr. Travis d'Arnaud. Take yourself a tour of the bases. It's 9-2. Atlanta trails just 7. All we need is a touchdown now. Travis d'Arnaud got one up into the wind. I think a lot of these right-handed hitters do not want to come out of the game today. That wind blowing the way it is over that green monster. And that is a souvenir somewhere in the Fort Myers area. If you're driving around out there, duck, because that ball went a long, long way. Standing in now is Austin Riley. Big right-hander coming up. He tried to swing out of his shoes on the first pitch fastball right by him. It's 0-1. Man, Riley gets a hold of one into the wind. Duck, if you're anywhere in the state of Florida, that could come crashing through your living room. Here's the 0-1 pitch fastball and high outside the zone. It's 1-1. Here's the one pitch, and it is a fastball inside, well off the plate. It's 2-1. Got to figure Austin Riley's the next kid that they try to lock up long term. Acuna is locked up for the next 5 years. Albies the next 4. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball inside and well underneath the hands of Riley. It's now 3-1. Love those new Braves spring training hats. Dark blue with the red trim around the A. Here's a 3-1 pitch fastball. Riley tries to hold up, but he goes across on the swing. So it's now 3-2. We got a full count. So Braves baseball Tuesdays and Friday nights, we will be here for opening day because it's opening day. And here's a fastball, and it swung on and rifled down the left field line. Riley is going to slam on the brakes at first. It makes it to the wall, but a good carom defensive play by the left fielder, Cordero, gets the ball in quickly. Remember, it's only 3-10 down the line, so you don't have quite the distance for the ball to go to the wall. So Riley was hustling, made a long turn, but slammed on the brakes. Doesn't want to be the first out of the inning at second when you're down 9-2. Braves have a runner on first. Nobody out. One already in. And that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Here's a fastball inside, just inside, misses Ozzie. He kind of dances backwards, and it's 1-0. Big game in the NBA tonight. The Heat are at the Celtics. For all you basketball fans and Boston sports fans, here's the 1-0 pitch, and there's a changeup high and outside the zone. Ozzie takes it for a ball. It is 2-0. If you can get that ball into the air with any kind of depth into left field, that ball is traveling today. Here's the 2-0 pitch, swung on and fouled back. Ozzy's wearing the number 91 today in spring training. Not sure what the reason behind that is. If anybody knows, chime in. Here's the 2-1 delivery to Ozzy as Riley kind of leads off of first. Not a threat to go, but here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on, fastball, sawed off into the stands, and it's now 2-2. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. Folks have asked me about this and kind of went over it on the pregame show today. I believe it's going to be, here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a changeup, just fouled back. Good job of staying alive there by Ozzy Albies, and it's 2-2. I would think it's probably going to be Max Fried as your opening day starter. Morton is day 2, which will be Friday. There is no off day after opening day like normal. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Blew it right by him. Ozzy takes a seat, and there's now 2 away in the Atlanta 5th. It's going to bring up Eddie Rosario to the plate. On deck, if he can get on, is Adam Duvall. Rosario stands in, swings at the first pitch, and it is hit over to the left-hand side, out of play and into the stands. It's 0-1. You got to figure it's going to be Fried, Morton, Anderson, and then I would think Kyle Wright in the 4 spot, in the 5 spot, and they might even run 6 guys. I don't see why you don't, to prevent any kind of wear and tear at the beginning of the season. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's inside off the plate. Eddie kind of dances back, and it's 1-1. I would be honest, I would like to see them go to a 6-man rotation, at least for the beginning of the year, the way this spring is kind of unfolded. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a hit hammered into the gap. The ball gets down. Rosario is going to make a wide turn, but slams on the brakes. Riley goes from first to third, and the Atlanta Braves have something cooking here. First and third, 2 away. And the big bat of Adam Duvall comes to the dish. We will be here Thursday for opening day, and then I'll be off a few days because I am going to the Atlanta Braves game on Saturday. Here's the first pitch to Adam Duvall. He hits it high. He hits it far. He hits it deep. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip, boom, bam. It is 9-5 Atlanta. A 3-run skadoosh over the Green Monster. Adam Duvall taking no prisoners on that swing. Big smile as he hits home plate. And, hey, we've got ourselves a ball game, folks. He absolutely skyrocketed that thing over wherever. I hope if you parked at the game today, you didn't park behind the left field wall, because that ball is getting trashed. They're going to make a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
being number 2, being number 4.
That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley had the big home run earlier. And Austin Riley, lifetime, is 0 for 2 against Treenan. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Jock Peterson, by the way, is 2 for 4 lifetime versus Treenan. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzy Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely scoop-a-doop down the line. How about that? How about that? Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
In 1882, William Hulbert died, and control of the National League and his old team, the Chicago White Stockings, passed to his second in command, A.G. Spaulding.
The magnet must be a strong man among strong men. Everything is possible to him who dares. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
The railroads had Commodore Vanderbilt. Big Steel had Andrew Carnegie. Big Oil, John D. Rockefeller. Baseball had Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves have scored 4 runs. Ryan Fernandez is coming in to the game now. And second pitch of the inning is hit high and deep into the bullpen. Wabama. How about that? Alex Dickerson makes it 9-6. Just like that, as we come out of the break, and here we go. Alex Dickerson hit an absolute moonshot into the bullpen area over the right field wall. And we've got ourselves an actual ball game. There's a long way to go here. Dickerson trying to make the squad as well, and he just free and easy swing. That one was not wind eddies. It kind of went against the wind. Here's the first pitch, 1-0 count to Demerit. If he can get on, we'll flip the top of the order over. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball high and outside the zone, and it's 2-0. Pitch to Demerit, swung on and popped up. Easy play should be to first base. It's caught by Dalbeck, but not before. The Braves score 5 runs here in the 5th inning. It's 9-6 Boston. We head to the bottom of the 5th.
The Bears. The Bears.
Thirsty Thursdays. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spaulding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
The Braves scored 5 runs the last half inning, and they've brought it back to 9-6. Brock Holt, by the way, is coming into the game. Holt, who can play just about everywhere. I think one of the few places Brock Holt hasn't played. Here's the fastball by McHugh. Colin McHugh has come into the game, and it's 1-1. So get you updated here on what's going on with this. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's high and deep into center field. McHugh does not like, he's disgusted, but it will be caught at the warning track, and looks like it's caught by, I believe that was Demerit. It was Demerit. He's playing center field now as Duvall has slid over. Waiting for them to update the box scores. Here's the first pitch from McHugh. And it's 1-0. One-0 pitch swung on and missed. Looked like the fastball. It's a 1-1 pitch. McHugh working pretty fast here. Bottom of the 5th inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's a fastball in on the hands, popped up high over the right side of the infield, and it's going to be corralled by Nagowski, who is now in to play first base. That'll end the day for Olson. Nagowski trying to make the team as well. Right-handed option off the bench is what Nagowski would be if he does make the team. Remember, we're going to have an expanded roster, 28 players. You can set it up any way you want. Got to figure most teams are going to go pitching, but you might carry an extra batter than what you normally do. That'll be for the first month. Here's the first pitch. 0-1 is the count, is a called strike high in the zone. McHugh working fast, and he gets the pitch again, and it's a changeup. Drops just below the zone. Looked like it could have been a strike, but they call it a ball. It's 1-0. Jonathan Arouse is the batter, or he came in for Xander Bogaerts last inning. Here's a fastball in on the fist, and that's going to be a quick out. Brock Holt playing third, who came in for Austin Riley. That'll do it. We head to the top of the 6th. The Braves trail by 3.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
baseball fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon, he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 9-6. They were down 9-1, 5 runs in the last half inning. And Atlanta making some changes. We'll get into that as they come up to the plate. And here's the first pitch, and it swung on and hammered into center field, but right on it, the Boston center fielder, and it is quickly one away, 1 pitch, 1 out. It looked like that was Arcia. I don't know if he's going to make the team. If he makes the team, it's off of reputation alone, because he has not played well since he came over in the trade, other than his little stint that he had in the minors, and he does not work the count. That is the 5th time I've seen him this spring swing at the first pitch. Here's the first pitch to Nagowski outside the zone, and it's 1-0. They called that a strike. Here's the second pitch of the at bat, and it is fouled back, and it is now 0-2. Nagowski, the big right-handed first baseman, gives Atlanta an option off the bench. They could sound him down to the minors. He does have an option available. Nagowski played college baseball at Florida State. He's been with Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Oakland. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's fouled back once again, and it will do it again at 0-2. Boston 9, Atlanta 6. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball in the dirt, taken for a ball, and it is now 1-2. Sawamura is in the game for the Red Sox. Right-handed bullpen option. Should be a part of their everyday plans. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is rifled right back to the pitcher, and Adam Ball, he ducks. It goes into center field, and there's 1 on, 1 away. Good piece of hitting by John Nagowski. Solid piece of hitting by Nagowski. Sawamura had a 3.06 ERA last year in 55 games, 53 innings, 61 strikeouts. I don't remember him with such the mullet before when I seen him play, but he's got one kicking this year. Here's the first pitch to William Contreras, who comes off the bench. And he's in for Travis d'Arnaud, who hit a home run earlier. Takes it for a ball, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is drops off the table and out of the zone. Sawamura's go-to pitch. Good eye by Contreras, and it's now 2-0. Two-0 pitch by Sawamura and swung on and pulled foul by Contreras, trying to get him to hit into a double play, no doubt. Running that sinker down, and it is now 2-1. Jason Varitek has joined the Boston Red Sox coaching staff. He's a game planning coordinator. You got a name for everything nowadays, don't they, in baseball? They used to just have a few coaches. Now it's a whole team. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high and foul. Looks like the catcher's underneath it. He is going to make the play. Nice defensive play by Plawecki, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta 6th. Contreras swung at one that's probably just outside the zone. Definitely not something you should swing at when you got the 2-1 advantage. That's going to bring up Contreras heading back to the bench. That's going to bring up Brock Holt, who's in for Austin Riley, lefty versus righty matchup. Goins is on deck as he has came in for Ozzie Albies. You're having a lot of substitutions, but you don't have as many as you do in the early part of the spring. They're going to throw it over to first base. Nagowski caught napping. He's caught in a rundown in a pickle. He's tagged out, and that'll end the inning. So Boston will grab the bats. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Red Sox lead it 9-6.
That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Hi, friend. It's your home speaking, and I need some favors. Could you turn on some of the lights in the basement? I'm scared of the dark. Also, this one is easy. Could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico so we could save money? Last thing, just a suggestion. Could you steam clean the carpets? I need a spa day.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
How the hell can you wear a Bears jersey at a Packer game? Foreman, this is worse than when you wore the Air Supply t-shirt to the Aerosmith concert.
Like other captains of industry, Spalding crushed or bought out his competitors, becoming the largest sporting goods manufacturer in the country. Spalding Sporting Goods, its proprietor said, is converting all America to the gospel of exercise. Spalding ran his team and his empire from the private box he built for himself in Chicago's Congress Street grounds, fitted out with a gong to summon servants and a new invention, a telephone, to keep track of all his enterprises while he watched the game. Newspapers called him the baseball messiah.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Alan Williams is coming into the game, the right-hander, 1.72 ERA in single and double A last year, 47 innings, 45 strikeouts, a 145 opponent against average. Very crowded and talented Braves bullpen. All these guys are just trying to get a look. Maybe even if they don't make opening day roster, they're looking at the fact they have a chance, barring injury, etc., that they might be able to contribute later on. JD Martinez stays in the game as a designated hitter, and he comes up to bat. A lot of different changes have been made. We'll get into it here in 1 second. Here's the first pitch by Williams, and it is looks like a two-seamer off the plate. It's 1-0. Ref Snyder is now playing center field for Hernandez. Northcutt third base for Devers. This is up and down the Red Sox lineup. We'll get into the Braves here in a second. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball hit high into the sky, and it's going to drop as they were playing Martinez very deep. And with the shift, second baseman was not able to catch up to the dropping pop-up. So he'll stand on first base with the leadoff single. Arouse is now in at short for Bogarts. Martinez is now going to take a seat, and Stewart is going to be the pinch runner. So he'll take over pinch hitting duties, most likely. Verdugo is out of the game. Left fielder Cordero is taking his spot last inning, so he stays in. And the first pitch to him is out of the zone, swung on and missed inside, and it's 0-1. Trevor Story is out of the game, and Sanchez is playing second for him. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Cordero, and it's a changeup outside the zone. It's 1-1. So Sanchez playing second. Dahlbach is out of the game. Trevor Shaw has came in for him. Jackie Bradley Jr. out of the game. Dalton is in right field. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and hit into right center field. It's going to go over left center field. It's going to go over the left fielder's head and off the green monster. Everybody's safe. Cordero standing at second. Standing at third is Stewart, and there's runners on second and third. Nobody out to start the inning. To finish that up, Dalton is in right field for Bradley, and Vasquez, the catcher, has been replaced by Plawicki, the catcher. As far as the Braves, top to bottom in the lineup, Swanson is out. Arcia is in. Nagalski's at first for Olson. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball. Look like a little high, but it's called for a strike. It's 1-0. Second baseman Sanchez is up to the plate. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a changeup just off the plate, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. So Nagalski's at first for Olson. Contreras is behind the plate for Darnode. Holt is at third for Austin Riley. Goins came into second base for Ozzie Albies. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's hit high and deep into right field. It's going to be caught, and that's going to move up the runners 90 feet. They all advance, and Boston takes a 10-6 lead. Good piece of hitting there just to get the sac fly. So to finish that off, Goins at second for Albies. In right field, it is now Valleca. He came in for Rosario. Duvall is out of the game. Gosselin is playing left field. Valleca is playing right field. Dickerson so far is still in the game, but he has not come up to hit yet. He's due up next inning. And Heredia is out of the game after getting hit in the hand. Demerit came in, played left, has now slid over to center field. Here's the first pitch to Travis Shaw, called for an inside strike. It's 0-1. Runner on third, one away. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit into the pulled in infield. Goins fires it home. Scampering back to third is Cordero. Contreras looks back the runner and then flips it over to first, so they'll get the out and keep the runner at bay. Atlanta prevents Boston from scoring, so now there's two away. with a runner on third. A little surprising that the Braves were playing the infield in there with it not being a regular season game, but hey, it worked. Here's the fastball on the outside part of the plate called for a strike. It's 0-1. Coming up to the plate is Kevin Plawecki. 3 home runs and a 737 OPS in 64 games last year. Here's the pitch, and it is a changeup inside. Almost hits the batter. He gets out of the way. It's 1-1. Runner on third, 2 away. Here's the pitch, and it's swung on, and it is going to get drops just into right field and just goes foul, it looks like. First base umpire's calling it foul. Looked like it was really close. Looked like it almost hit the line. Looking at the replay, must have just missed the line. The ump's right there. From my vantage point, I can barely see it. I didn't see any chalk come up. Definitely a play in regular season they'd be taking a look at, but Plawecki will get back in on the 1-2 pitch, and it is hot shot into left field, but that ball is going to be caught. On the mark was Gosselin. Good defensive play, good defensive positioning. The Braves will grab the bats. We head to the top of the 7th. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
I'll tell you the truth, and my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed. We can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you what, when my wife does have sex, she screams. Oh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh. My kids, they don't help either. No good. Huh? My kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too. She's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time, the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Ryan Brazier is in the game for the Boston Red Sox and really good reliever for the Red Stockings. 1.5 ERA through 12 innings last year. He battled injury, but they're expecting to lean on him this year. One of many candidates, although I don't think he'll get the closing role, not to start with. Here's the first pitch to Brock Holt, and it's a fastball right down Main Street. It's 0-1. Atlanta 6, Boston 10. Braves climbing back into this one. Here's a 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on by Holt, and it's hit high and deep off the green monster. And here comes Holt around, sliding into second base, and we got ourselves a leadoff double here. You know, Holt's familiar with the Green Monster as he played that right off the wall. Difference between the Monster in spring and the Monster in fall, or spring or summer for that matter, late spring, early summer. The Monster in spring, it has a divider from we'll say about midway up the wall to where they have seats inside, and there's like a screen, and that ball hit off the screen, so it dies really quickly. Holt knew that and came flying around first, and he sits on second. Here's the first pitch, and it's outside for a ball. It's 1-0 to Ryan Goins. Goins played 91 games in AAA last year. Here's a changeup outside the zone, and it's now 2-0. 635 OPS, 6 home runs. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Brazier to Goins. They set up outside. Rocks and fires, and it's a fastball at the knees just off the plate, I guess. It's 3-0. It's one of those ones, if you would have called it a strike, you couldn't have complained. Umps had kind of a smaller strike zone on most pitches for a spring game. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it is a fastball right down the center of the plate. Called for a strike. Goins taken all the way, and it's 3-1. Goins has kind of a smaller build, kind of reminds you of Jace Peterson, if you remember him. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Goins, and swung on and fouled back up against the screen. We'll go full count. Braves trying to climb back in it with all of their starters out of the game. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And swung on and hit high down the left field line, but that'll make it out of play. We'll do it again. 3-2. Most of the fans staying in Fort Myers, staying in the game. Some of them have taken for the exits, but you still have a pretty good crowd left out here. Why not? What else are you going to do in Fort Myers? Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on, and that ball bends out of play after being fouled back. The fans in the shade have stayed. It's the ones in the sun that are, I can't do this anymore. I got to go home. Here's the 3-2 count once again to Ryan Goins, trying to get something going here. All puns intended. On deck will be Valleca. Here's a changeup high and out of the zone. We'll get a walk here. Runners on first. Runner on second. Nobody out. That should bring Pat Valleca. We'll see if they make a switch. I would think Matt Barnes ends up as your closer in Boston to start the season. He faded down the stretch, but remember, he had a really good beginning of the year. They eventually had to spell him once they got to October, kind of ran out of gas. Might have been overuse. Here's the first pitch, and here's a changeup below the knees, and it's 1-0. Valleca from the right-hand side of the plate, runners on first and second, nobody out. Has a chance to really get something going here. Gosselin is on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch, fastball right down the heart of the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Tiger Woods trying to get ready for Augusta next week. He played 18 holes in Augusta today, early this morning. Try to see if he can make it a go. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and hit into center field. It gets past the defender and runners will move up. They had to slam on the brakes for a second. So you got runners on all the pond. Ducks on the pond are full. Bases loaded. The runner on second base had to veer back to second when the ball was hit because it was almost caught by the second baseman, but just out of his reach. So Holt's standing on third. Nobody scored, but there's nobody out. Bases are juiced. We'll see what happens now. As that should bring Gosselin to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Gosselin, and it's called a ball. It's 1-0. Phil Gosselin, been with the Braves organization for a minute now, and trying to make his way to the team, but not really a lot of spots available for him. Here's the 1-0 pitch, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Keep waiting for the day when you see him as a part of a trade, because he's put together a pretty good resume down on the farm. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It swung on and fouled out of play. It's 1-2. Bases are loaded. One swing would tie this sucker. But just keep the merry-go-round going. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a changeup out of the zone. Swing and a miss by Gosselin, and there's one away in the Atlanta seventh inning. That's going to should bring Dickerson to the plate unless they pinch hit for him. We'll see what happens here. Dickerson, remember, went deep earlier, and they are going to pinch hit for him. Here's the first pitch, and it's swung on and missed. Looks like he got just a piece of it by Tromp. That's Tromp. Kind of a compact swing that he has, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and popped up high, but in the infield fly rules in effect. That's two away. Chadwick Tromp sees two pitches and is sitting down. Chadwick Chandler Tromp from Aruba. $26-year-old. He just had a birthday recently. And that'll bring up Demerit. Speaking of birthdays, we'll do that next half inning. And seventh inning stretch is on the way. Here's the first pitch to Demerit. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Demerit's got to find a way to get that ball in play and get a run or two in here. The Braves have any hope of trying to come back and tie this thing. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Demerit, and it is a fastball at the knees, just low and out of the zone. It's 1-1. If Demerit can keep it going, Arcia would be next as they flip the order over. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Frazier. Bases loaded, two away, and it's a fastball in the outside part of the zone, called for a strike. It's 1-2. Boston 10, Atlanta 6, but the bases are loaded. Braves have put all their starters on ice, as have the Red Sox. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch to Demerit. Here's the delivery, swung on and fouled out of play. Looked like the fastball just up out of the zone. You got a piece of it. It's 1-2. Byron Buxton went deep today. He signed that long extension with the Minnesota Twins. Here's the 1-2 pitch swung on, strike three. That'll end the inning. Bases were loaded. The Braves could not get any runs across. We'll head to the bottom of the seventh. It's 10-6 Boston.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
If we actually enjoyed our New Year's resolutions, we'd all have six packs, money in our saving accounts, and we'd know how to play the piano. I have to tell you about the one resolution I actually enjoy. It's Built Bar. It's delicious. Oh yeah, it's healthy too. Built Bar is healthier than your favorite protein bar. They're low cal, low sugar, high protein, high fiber, great for the keto diet. Lose or maintain weight while indulging. And with only 4 net carbs and 150 calories, there's no guilt. Visit BuiltBar.com.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many a summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trails 10-6. We're heading to the bottom of the seventh inning. And coming up to the plate is Rob Refsnyder. Refsnyder is in for the game for Kiki Hernandez. And first pitch, just off the plate, it's 1-0. Refsnyder in the leadoff spot playing center field. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a changeup fouled off of the catcher. Contreras looks like he's okay, and it's 1-1. Ten-6 is your score. Bottom of the seventh inning, 1-1 pitch as they gather once again in a changeup inside, called for a strike. Nice pitch, and it's now 1-2. Handful of games being played First pitch starting at 4 o'clock. 4:05 to 4:10 is essentially when they're starting. We'll get you caught up on that here in a second. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swung on, strike 3. Set him down, and there's one away. Winans, that's now his 18th pitch of the afternoon. It's pitched 1 1/3 inning. Alan Winans from Bakersfield, California. It is the 7th inning. They don't quite do the stretch in spring like they do. They give you a little extra time, so we don't have the chance to play the 7th inning stretch clip. But here's swung on and hammered over to the left-hand side, easily scooped up at short, fires it over to first. Nogowski's got the catch and another out. And so 10-6 is your score. I am being told that people are losing the broadcast on MLB Network. Braves and Red Sox were on MLB Network, and I guess they're preempting the game, but we'll keep you going right here. I don't know if they're doing it for another ball game or what it is. But here's first pitch of the at-bat, and it's taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Yeah, it looks like that they're preempting it for the Mariners-Cubs game. A pitch for a called strike, and it's now 1-1. Boston 10, Atlanta 6. Here's the 1-1 pitch fastball, and right at the eyes and over the plate, it's 2-1. Two-one pitch and swung on, can of corn into the left field, easily playable, and that's out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. The Braves grab the sticks.
Hey, is that a T-bone?
No, there's no T-bone.
Why no T-bone?
Why no T-bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today? Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
They show you the ads for the gym. You know, they always show you, try to get you to join up. They show you the before and after guy. I always like the before guy, frankly. Yeah, he looks a little chubby. He also looks like he has a box of donuts and a lot of friends. That after guy's got a weird look in his eye. Looks like he takes his shirt off when he shouldn't.
For the past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. When you look around, wouldn't you consider it privilege to associate yourself with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today? That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Article on ESPN this morning, pretty funny, comparing the 2022 Dodgers as possibly the greatest lineup in the history of baseball. They haven't even played a game yet. And ESPN's ready to crown them, I guess, because they're in Los Angeles. But it's been a lot of really good lineups, including the 27 Murderers Row of the New York Yankees. We'll have to see them play at least half a season before I even start putting them in a conversation with like the 2018 Red Sox offense. It was just phenomenal. The 04 Cardinals, the Giants of the early 2000s, steroids or not, it was a great offense. What about the Indians in the 90s? The Mariners of the early to mid 90s with, the Kid and A-Rod and Edgar Martinez. Here's the first pitch off the plate, called for a ball. It's 1-0. Brazier's back out there. Orlando Arcia is back up to the plate and swings at the second pitch, and he rolls it over. Easy out. Once again, it's one away. I would be surprised if Arcia makes the team. And they may do it because he may be out of options, but I would just be surprised if he makes the team. It's not worked out with him in Atlanta. He did his pinch hitting duties late last year and just really did not do a very good job. He was very good in the minors, but there's such a big difference between minors and majors. Here's the first pitch. Curveball drops in for a strike to Nagowski, and it's on 1. Nagowski, guys like that have to be paying attention to that and realizing they have a real chance to make this squad. If you go off of what they've done, I don't think you can put him in. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Nagowski, and it is a curveball inside, but they'll call it a strike. It's now 1-2. Matt Barnes is in the game. They finally changed. I thought that was Matt Barnes that looked like him, but they had not changed it on the ledger. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is hammered inside down the third base line. They're going to call it foul. Man, that looked fair. Really close. Would have been a double because the ball catapulted back into shadow left field after slamming off the wall. But it's going to be 1-2 pitch to Nagowski now. He's trying to make the squad. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball and outside the zone. Good eye, and it's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Nagowski. And it is a fastball hit high down the right field line, out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Nagowski and then Contreras should be on deck with Holt in the hole. Matt Barnes steps in, the 2-2 pitch. Winds and delivers, swung on. It is rubbed over the third baseman's head, just off his glove. Nagowski standing on first, thought about going for 2, but decided to stay at first. Almost a great defensive play, but the ball was just too hot to handle off the glove. And that'll make runner on first, 1 away. Should bring Contreras up, and it is Contreras. It's a curveball off the plate. It's 1-0. Nagowski has decent wheels for a first baseman, but I can't imagine they're sending him. Down 4. Excuse me. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's high, called for a ball. It's now 2-0. Good eye by Contreras. Contreras, a very good hitting catcher. Of course, his brother is the hind catcher in Chicago. Perennial All-Star. William is known as actually the better prospecting hitter, but has struggled mightily defensively, and that's what they're trying to get worked out. Wilson is just a great catcher all around. They talked about moving Wilson in the offseason, but he's staying put in Chicago. I would think the Cubs would want to lock him up long term if they're not going to move him. Face of the next wave of Cub players that'll be coming around with all the moves they've made over the last few years, especially last year with the sell-off. They've got a good young farm system that they're going to try to cultivate. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Contreras, and it's a fastball outside the zone, called for a ball. It's now 3-1. Brock Holt looms on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it is taken for a ball. Almost went around, but Contreras held himself up. So runners on first and second, one away. Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 8th inning. Trailing 10-6. Barnes struggling to find the plate. Even the ground out that Arcia swung over, he swung at one that was outside the zone. So here comes Brock Holt. He's trying to make the squad as well. Kind of an everyday utility man. Here's the first pitch to Holt, and it is a fastball inside and on the corner. It's 0-1. Good take by Holt. Probably couldn't do a whole lot with that. Holt hit a double in the 7th inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a curveball inside and off the plate, and it's now 1-1. We'll be back again Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern for Braves Country Baseball. Braves versus the Minnesota Twins, Fort Myers as well. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Holt, and it is just inside and comes back over. Look like might be the 2-seamer. Called for a strike. It's now 1-2. Had a little bit of a darting cutting action. Started inside and came back over the plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Holt. And curveball inside and well off the plate. It's now 2-2. Ryan Goins stands on deck. Faleka in the hole. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and strike 3. Curveball got him inside. And there's 2 away in the Atlanta 8th. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. If you're just joining us, I know a lot of y'all have lost your feed as it was preempted. Braves trail 10-6. You got runners on first and second, 2 away. Here's a fastball swung on and hit out of play down the left field line over towards the concession stands. Ryan Goins trying to get something going here. It's 0-1. Had a really good crowd earlier. Now it's about half capacity. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep and going back off the wall, and It's off the monster. It does trickle back in. A runner will score. Runners on second and third. Went over the screen, but not over the entire monster. And an RBI double for Ryan Goins. The ball caromed off, shot down, and right to the left fielder. So kind of bounced off, kind of a weird carom. But the runners are now on second and third. There's two away. And that'll bring up the right-handed bat of Valleca. Here's a fastball swung on and fouled off the mask. Vallecki, and it's 0-1. Pat Valleca with Baltimore last year had 5 home runs, 25 RBIs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is shot into right field. It's actually going to go off the first baseman's glove. He could not catch it, but he corrals it, scoops it over to first. Barnes is covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. So almost a bases clearing single. Instead, the Braves trail it 10-7. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about, but not anymore. Now that I've found the oh-so chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines, and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Boston, heading to the bottom of the 8th. 10-7, the Red Sox at the bat. And the Braves going to try to mount a rally. Here's the first pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. It's called for a strike. It's 0-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is another curveball inside. That is called for a ball. It's 1-1. A little surprised that first one was called a strike. We'll see if that holds up. That means it would just be an error. Here's 1-1 pitch, and it is a changeup off the plate. And it's 2-1. Braves trail 10-7. All the backups are in, but there's a lot of jobs that are on the line. They're trying to make. The Braves are expected. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on over the top. Evens the count at 2-2. Braves are expected to name their starting pitcher. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's swung on, knocked foul, out of play. We'll do it again. 2-2, nobody out. Jonathan Arouse is 1 for 2 with a solo shot in the fourth. He came in for Xander Bogaerts. Here's a fastball swung on and out of play, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Boston leads it 10-7. A lot of home runs, heavy wind. Here's a 2-2 pitch swung on, and it's a comeback shot to the pitcher. He fires it over to first for an easy out. There's one away. They've continued to leave innings in. I keep expecting them to make a change, but I guess they just want to get there. There was talk of Will Smith supposed to pitch today, but I guess that's not going to happen unless this game gets to the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth, that is. If you missed it earlier, Colin McHugh made his debut for the Braves today. Here's the first pitch swung on and missed out of the zone inside, and it's 0-1. Kristen Stewart at the bat. 254 average in Toledo AAA last year. Colin McHugh pitched a perfect fifth inning. The fly out and 2 pop outs. Here's the 0-1 pitch inside, called for a strike, wide strike zone now as we get to the end, and it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. There's 2 away in the bottom of the 8th. See folks asking about Tukey Toussaint all over. He was optioned to the minors. So he's got a lot of work before he ends up back in the fold in the big leagues. Remember, he was very up and down last year. Here's the first pitch swung on and missed. The batter's Cordera. It's 0-1. Franchi Cordera is 2 for 2 with two doubles and a run scored. Expect the number 1 starter, opening day starter, to be named right after the ball game. Here's the 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the left field line. It's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch and called for a strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, has something to say to Blue. The Blue says, hey, it's spring training. Swing the bat. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves, last chance to tie this up or take the lead when we come back.
What does it take to break you? What does it take to break your focus because you get frustrated about what happened on the last play? What does it take to make you give in because it's hot outside, or you're tired, or you don't feel like running to the ball or giving effort or finishing the play like you should because of how you feel, whether you're a little bit hurt? What does it take to break you? It's going to be difficult because you're getting yourself ready to play an entire season at a high level. So everybody here has got to have a lot of mental toughness to be able to sustain what we do at a high level.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown, Alabama! Devontae Smith, touchdown, Alabama! And the Crimson Tide has once again ascended to the top of the college football mountain.
Again, it's going to be Propel, Wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him. Teague's got the ball.
Well, congratulations to the LSU Tigers, the 2008 BCS National Champion.
Armchair.
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
Matt Stramus came in for the game for the Boston Red Sox, the big left-hander, originally from the San Diego Padres, if people remember him. Really good lefty. He fires the first strike on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. He will face Gosselin, most likely a pinch hitter, in Demerit. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball fouled back and out of play, and it's 0-2. Strom was one of those guys that was in the rotation talk for the Padres the last few years, but injuries and inconsistency led him out of San Diego. Here's a slider inside, swung on and fouled to the left-hand side, and it's out of play. It's 0-2. He could be a huge pickup for Boston in their bullpen plans. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. And it's 0-2 once again. Last at bat here for the Atlanta Braves. If they were to tie or go ahead, the Red Sox would take their swings, but not typically extra innings in spring training baseball. Here's 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit to the left side of the infield, fires it over to first, and that ball went up against the dugout wall. It stays in play, so the runner stays at first, but he's safe. Really bad throw. By Northcutt, and unable to scoop it up. Shaw. So leadoff batter's on. And that'll bring up right-handed bat. Swung on and missed. And it's 0-1. Braves trail at 10-7. Looks like that is Trump again. And swung on and missed. Fastball high out of the zone, but he could not stay off of it. I mean, that ball's up around his eyeballs, and it's 0-2. So 0-2 pitch to Chadwick Trump. Here's the pitch, swung on, and he sends it into center field. It's going to drop for a hit, and the Braves have runners on first and second, nobody out. To start the top of the ninth inning, unless they pinch hit, should bring Demerit up to the plate. And it looks like he is heading to the plate. Lefty righty matchup once again. Strom's got some nasty gas, and there should be one away if not for the error to start the game off. But that pitch right there, he left too much over the plate. See what goes on here now. Travis Demerit is 0 for 2 with a pop-up and a strikeout. He'd like to get on the board here. Fastball inside almost hits him. He leans out of the way, and it's 1-0. My word, the St. Louis Cardinals scored 15 runs in one inning to make the score 28-4 right now. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is called for a strike. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Might have been the cutter. It's 1-1. $28-4. Wow, over the Nationals. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is outside the zone. Called for a ball. It's 2-1. I know some are making some bold predictions about a feisty Washington team, but I think the Nationals are going to be one of the worst teams in baseball. They've got some good players, but they don't know when they're going to get Strasburg back. And outside of Juan Soto, it's very, very iffy on what that offense is going to look like. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's fouled off the catcher. Did it get a piece of the umpire? Looks like it might have just got to graze him a little bit. It's 2-2. Nationals, by the way, are 1-9 in the preseason. Orioles beat the Rays today 7-6. A lot of your early games are just getting on underway, but the games that are in the books, Twins over the Pirates 9-4, Tigers over the Phillies 7-1. Cubs and Mariners just got going along with the White Sox and Rangers. So here's the 2-2 pitch as Strom and Blue and the catcher all get back in sync. Here's the windup, swung on, strike 3. Merritt will sit down, and that should bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Fastball could not handle it. Strom kind of has that Josh Hader type haircut going. I don't know if that's the look he's looking for, but with him being lefty and long and lean, looks a lot like Hader. Here's the first pitch to Arcia. It's called for a strike. It's 0-1. C has been very impatient at the plate so far this spring. It's a good take there. That pitch could be nothing but an out. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and popped up high into center field. It'll be an easy play. Caught at the wall and tagging up from second to third is Valleca. You'll have runners on the corners, 2 away. John Nagowski coming to the plate. Last chance for the Atlanta Braves. The spring training game. We will be back Friday, 1:00 Eastern. Pre-game show will come on about an hour before. Here's the pitch to Nagowski. He swings at the first one, and it's easy, playable out to the center fielder, and that'll end it. So that'll put another one in the books. Your final, Boston 10, Atlanta 7. Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. We will be back Friday, 1 p.m., first pitch.
You saying you want a piece of me?
I can drop you like a bag of dirt.
You want a piece of me? You got it! Okay. Ready to rock.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks. We are Armchair Quarterbacks on Facebook. Find us today.
Fight till the night, man. Check it out.
son.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Beware, my friend, and let me warn you. They're thinking of taking the bums to California. Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some love.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.